Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brent Jennings will be our judge today. He serves at the North Carolina 4-H Youth Livestock Extension Association. In this role, he coordinates the 4-H livestock events and clinics. Additionally, he works extension agents and ag teachers to promote these programs. He also supports local, regional, and state livestock shows and events. He also hosts multiple livestock showmanship clinics and educational events annually across the state. Brent and his family have around 40 head of crossbred ewes and also a few goats over the last several years. He's been judging local, regional, and state shows for the past 20 years and thoroughly enjoys the opportunity to sort stock at all levels. He's judged in 35 states and Canada. At home, his wife Allison and two boys, Zayd and Carter, keep life interesting. Both boys enjoy showing sheep, goats, and pigs while also playing multiple sports. Allison was an ag education teacher for 10 years and now serves as the Eastern Regional Ag Education Coordinator for North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, give a warm welcome to Mr. Brent Jennings, our judge for the day. Thank you for being here, Brent. Andis is a proud sponsor of the National Western Stock Show. From clippers to education, Andis is here to support top-notch grooming and fitting for every champion. Let's celebrate the best in livestock and clipping excellence. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer. Family, work, pets, land. Murdoch's has you covered with jeans and boots, hardware and fencing, toys, tack, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com.
Well, good morning, everyone. Certainly a pleasure to be here with you today. And as we start off with our Dorsets, lots of varieties, not just in type and kind, but in weights and maturity and a big variation. If you want to set your priorities off this class, I don't know that we can do that 100%, but I think it's a really, really good set of sheep here. I guess for me, as we put the good and the bad together, I think the sheep that wins does so quite nicely for me. This is the one that when you study him propped up, we love that guy. I think he balances good enough. If you want to get real hard on him, he could be a notch more tricked out base of his chest, but where he wins easy is his shape up high, his freshness, his squareness, his genuineness that goes from top to bottom. And what I mean by that, watch that one come at you and go away. He's wide underneath. His knees are pulled apart. He comes square and true and bold. I love that about the guy. Now I'd like for that one to probably come into motion just a little better. I don't know that it's a bad skeleton thing. I think it's more of an attitude thing on the sheep, but because I do think everything reads right and true, and study that one down low. Now the sheep in second wants some extra shape and expression up high. I can see that from the outside. I don't know that he reads as genuinely true in his shape for me as the sheep that wins, particularly when we get back over his dock. I wish he was just a little smoother in the way he handled from his hook bones to his pin bones there for me. But I do think as the young man collects him, that's a fresh, big rack sheep there that's got the right kind of body shape in him. And I think balance is good. You get right down to the ground, he's not as manly as the sheep on either side of him in terms of his true foot and feature there, but I think with his overall shape and freshness today, I like him quite a bit. Now I'm going to tell you, this one in 3, when he walked in, I thought he was our winner. I'm not going to lie. That one's build and look and presence is next level good. For me personally, he's probably a tick past where he needs to be. He doesn't handle good enough today. He's just a little more triangular up high, a little dried out in his edges there in terms of his loin, but man, you're talking about one that's built perfect, moves awesome, flexible and extended off both ends of a skeleton. The other thing for me is sheep that big, and you can see it right now, because of his added look, he gets a little more flatter up down low. And look at his knees right there. They get pretty close together sometimes when the young man doesn't catch it, and that's the difference for me. We want to bulk him up, make him a notch fresher and shapelier there personally. Now I think the 1 and 4 have done an incredible job to get that one to handle right. At that weight, his back is square, his loin is awesome. Love is just genuinely true width and power. As I step back off of him, he's balance a little wrong for me of his chest and relation to his flank. He's got that extra wool there. It just doesn't offset it. And then when we put that guy into motion, it's his hip for me. He's a little short hip. He wants to stride just a little tighter, but up there, and that thing is lethal. But where he really is a three-quarter angle, I think that one's next level good there in terms of freshness and shape. The dark pointed sheep here, I'm going to have a hard time tying into a Dorset. We're claiming that looks like that about his head and his feature there. To be honest with you, I love his shape. I love the tone and freshness up high. Don't love his type and kind there. I don't like the way that one wants to get open in his chest for me today. As we watch him in motion, he gets a little deeper and plainer in the base of his chest and cavity there. Wants to get a little higher in his flank, but man, he's a big back, fresh handling. It's got a little extra length to him in relative to some below. So some challenges there. An incredible set of sheep. My kudos to all of them. Nice job, guys.
Results of class number 1 of the Dorsets. 10th place, Jackson Bear. 9th, Madeline McGee. 8th place went to Emma Fassett. 7th to Logan Dunlap. 6th place, Kylie Thompson. 5th place went to Drew Howell. 4th place, Cal Sidwell. 3rd went to Raider McFall. 2nd and reserve champion, Wade Ritchie. And your champion in the Dorset division, Colton Burns. Next in is the class of Southdowns. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Superior Farms is proud to help sponsor the National Western Stock Show. We invite you to see more about how we help family farms. See the video at superiorfarms.com. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and tradition and the tra-
I apologize for taking just a little longer there, and I wanted to make sure, guys. I tell you, I judge a lot of shows over the years, and I want to make sure today that I'm 100% comfortable with every decision that I'm going to make, guys. So you're going to have to bear with me a time or two. Give me a second to just clear my thoughts and make sure that we're going to get them lined up exactly the way I want to, because this is challenging right here. And I told the young lady all the way down to 6, there's guys that are going to use that one to win and talk about that one being a great one, and understandably. So there's a lot of challenges here to sort through. I'll give you my opinion on them and the reason why I sorted them like I did. And I will tell you, I think if we could put some pieces together out of 2 or 3 of these sheep, we could have absolutely stem winder. Unfortunately, every one of them has got something we want to change about them. I do think as we step back off of them, when we think about putting traits together of high quality, high end show sheep market lambs, the one that wins needs to do that. He is the intriguing one from the outside. And I still handles nice. There's a couple of them out here that will put him to shame in terms of back shape and width and rib and body, but it's his ability to do that intact with handling good enough for me today. And then when we ask him to go into motion, he has the right silhouette. His angles are good off of his hip and his hind leg. He moves good. His body shape's good. For me, he's got a little extra on him right now. He's a little plainer right there in the base of his forerib as we study him, but man, angles are right, look is good, balance is propped up from the side, just absolutely deadly. The sheep in second, he's the one from a 3/4 angle. He's a man amongst boys. That thing handles like a mammoth. I mean, at the backside of his shoulders, big, bold, square. Rib cage is awesome in him. I love those things about him. I wish his top line would collect itself just a notch nicer, particularly when we stop him right there. In motion, I actually think he kind of draws up and comes quite well. But for me, that's the difference in his top line. His chest and underline is just good enough. I mean, for one that weight, I call it good enough, but that's the difference at this level. But still, that's a high-end weather. Handles incredible. Still goes good. Flexible, awesome touching one there for me. The sheep in 3, we just want to stand off of them and take pictures again. I would see a lot of you ringside probably are drawn to this guy. We put one in the last class about 3rd for the same reasons. When he goes away from you, he closes up too much for me. He just comes down too narrow at the ground. He is awesome looking. The young man gets a lot out of him shown. He runs uphill. We're into that things. But when we get on top of him, he doesn't handle as nice as the pair ahead of him, and then he closes up too much at the ground for me to average in terms of his midrib and his body shape there at a 3/4 angle for me, and that's the difference. Love his look, love his balance. Want to open that one up, particularly going away from me. I'd like him better. The sheep coming out in 4th is like the one in 2nd in a lot of ways. That one is mega big back, shapely, aggressive in his turn, square loin edge, and I think props up with a nice enough silhouette as he collects him. For me, when we ask that one to go into motion, he gets short and tight out of his hip. He's got so much shape to his thigh and stifle there that he doesn't want to flex and bend his hock just right. Wants to bubble up in his loin ever so slightly in motion, and that's the difference for me. From a handle, I love him. He's a little round off both ends too, but man, with all that power, they get just a notch round. The sheep in 5, I like a lot about him. I really do. I think his freshness is good. His look is good. When she gets him propped up, when we ask that one to come into motion, he gets more apparently round through the base of his shoulder. He's really short out of his hip and a little lower in the set to his dock there. I'd like to lift him up and make him square there. Now, when she collects him like that, we could tie into him. But for me, the big thing is when he's loose, he doesn't come together quite as good. Again, I won't talk them all, but I will say to the young lady in 6, and I told her, I thought that sheep had some mega cool things about look and balance. He's just not my flavor. He's way too far along in terms of condition, not shapely enough for me. But awesome set of sheep there, some real challenges to sort through. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of class number 2, Southdowns. 10th place, Jackson Bear. 9th went to Silas Hartman. 8th, Bentley Poe. 7th place, Jalen Miner. 6th place, Haley Bird. 5th went to Cambry Moore. 4th to Tristan Neal. 3rd to Ellie Meter. 2nd place went to Trent Mock. He was also your reserve champion, and first place and champion went to Cambry Moore. In the ring now is your class of Speckleface and Dorpers. Speckleface and Dorpers entering the ring at this time. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues. January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado. See the latest agricultural equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more info, go to coloradofarmshow.com. Common Spirit Health is the proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. Take your clipping Take your clipping fitting skills to the next level with the Emerge and Pulse ZR2 clippers from Andis. Experience the perfect trifecta of control, power, and efficiency to reach flawless finishes. Find them at your Andis dealer today.
Well, I tell you what, guys, a really good set of sheep here, and you talking about different flavors and kinds. We got our bases covered here, and I think a really good set of sheep. There's a pair of them at the top end that hit me hard when they come through the gate. They stuck with me the whole time they've been in here in terms of sheep that have some look and balance and incredible touch and handle. At the end of the day, though, you step off of them, I'd like to think the majority can agree that that's what we'd like for them to look like from the side. That thing balances incredible. He looks good. He runs uphill. Shape and touch is very, very good. That thing is big back, square, good loin edge. If we get super critical on him, he's not perfect in motion, but I don't know that there's one out here that is to beat him with. So for me, I'm quite comfortable in that sheep. I like that one quite a bit. I would flex his loin down just a little bit in motion. Now I love the freshness and the handle of the sheep in second, like his back and big old hip and pin in him. I guess more I studied him, I felt like he runs downhill just a little bit. His hocks kick back just a little far, and it's kind of weird the way he goes from his hook bones to his pin bones. He's a little high, and then his hock kicks back and elevates just a little bit. But from a fresh, round-bodied one that still gets around with a good look, I think that's an awfully nice sheep. The dorper slides in there in 3, and man, I'm going to tell you, I like this sheep, and I mean, I just kept moving him up because you talk about good sheep that are round-bodied, functional, and for his breed, that's a good sucker right there. That one he's round-bodied, he's square coming and going. Like his flexibility, love that one's freshness to go with it. I think that's a high-quality one. Just don't have the look that pair of guys ahead of him do today for that. Comparing apples and oranges there a little bit, but really good sheep. The one in 4, when you stop and prop him up, I love that guy. Love his freshness, love his handle. He does have just a little bit of stress wrinkles. In the motion, he wants to do the shuffle just a little bit. He doesn't bend his hock or his knee just right, and that's the problem for me. I think when she gets him propped up, man, he looks good, and from a 3/4, he's fresh and bold out the backside of his blade. I just want to make that one more flexible off both ends of his skeleton, a little looser there for me. The one in 5 kept moving up because I just think that's good livestock. I'll be honest with you. I like that one's feet and legs good. I like the way he balances from the side in terms of his proportions being right. He's not as tricked out as the one next behind him in line in terms of being long and extended up front, but there's not many faults in that one. Relative to the ones ahead of him, he gets a little dry and a little harsh in the way his loin hooks up to his hook bones there. Doesn't come together quite as nice as them 4 do, but still a real good sheep. Some more challenges in here to sort through, but an awesome high-quality set. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of the speckle-faced dorper class. 10th place, Braden Robinson. 9th place, Brenna Bass. 8th went to Tanner Dean. 7th, Braden Robinson. 6th place, Levi Dunlap. 5th went to Harper Minor. 4th, Avon Anderson. Tristan Salopek was 3rd. 2nd and reserve champion, Lane Allen. And the champion of the speckle-faced dorpers was Cade Simpson. Next in is the first class of naturals. First class of naturals entering the ring. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer. At Murdoch, save on the essentials you need, like jeans, boots, hardware, pet supplies, fencing, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities.
Well, I tell you what, guys, again, just some differences in these sheep and where you want to lay your priorities because I went back and forth on these here at the top end, and they're different, and I get it from the outside. You look out here, I don't know that the perfect ones here, but some real high-end ones for sure. The one that we lead off with, from his hook bones forward, I absolutely love that sheep's width. I like his body shape. I like his handle right at the backside of his shoulder, and I like the way that one transitions from his chest back into his flank very well. I'd like to make him longer and more extended from his hooks to his pins. As we get back off and study him, I think that would make his look just a notch better there. He's not as jacked up as the one right behind him. He's plenty big enough for me. I don't need him to be so big and long there, but I think that one balanced in proportions. The big difference for me in the next couple of them is he's just more secure off of his hind leg. I like the way when you step in behind him, he sets his hock down, he plants it just a notch square. I like those things about him. Now, I'm going to tell you, if we're just taking pictures of him, the 1 and 2 is the one that I love the most. I mean, I'll be honest, that one runs uphill. His look and presence is next level good. I think he handles incredible. I just don't love the way that one handles his hock and his hind leg. When he drop his pin there, he doesn't want to come out of his hip just right. And that's the difference for me today. And unfortunately, that's something that got him because he will hyperextend his hock on his on-show side sometimes when he gets to bracing. I just think there's something just a little off the way that one gets around. The sheep, from a muscle standpoint, is a man. I tell you, that one is bold, fresh, really good handling one there. I love that about him, and I don't mind him propped up. What I do mind is when we ask him to go into motion, and that one gets really straight and tight out of his hip. He wants to bubble up in his loin just ever so slightly and run downhill. From propped up, though, man, I'm in. But watch him right there when the young man takes him out. You see my issues with that sheep. 4, I think in terms of freaky back that's got a nice handle. Unfortunately for him, maybe some fuzz and feature there. It doesn't give us quite the balanced look some of them do from the side. Probably not the show ring presence we see in some of the sheep, but I do think a lot of quality in that guy for sure. The 1 in 5, I mean, he handles really nice. That one is way too long-bodied for me. He wants to get up in his spine and run downhill a little, but you got him presented to a T. He handles fresh. We just want to make that one a rib shorter and make him more pliable as we ask him to go into motion. I'd like him a notch better. Some more really high-quality sheep in here, just some differences in them for me, guys. Good set. Congrats to all.
Battery's good? Since it's full battery.
Results of class number 4. In 10th place, Brielle Upchurch. 9th place went to Bryn McIntosh. 8th place, Jocelyn Hubert. 7th place, Kylie Thompson. 6th went to Austin Soderiana. 5th place, Kix Lee. Blair Sanchez was 4th. Zachary Asmus was 3rd. 2nd was Dayton Morvet, and 1st was Delaney Moore. 1st and 2nd will come back in upon completion of this class for selection of the champion natural. Entering the ring is class 5 of the naturals.
Well, I tell you what, guys, this is, and I expected it to be challenging, and it was, and it is. And I don't know that when the dust settles, if you like them a little different to me, man, I don't call you crazy, but I do like these two sheep at the top end of this class a tremendous amount, and they're subtly different. I'll be honest with you, the one that wins when he walks in, just his look and athleticism, and then he couples that with a tremendous amount of shape. Well, the difference for me is actually he is more pliable off of his hind leg as we read that guy to maybe just a point of a little bit of default sometimes. I really like the way he transitions from his shoulder to his forerib. That thing's body shape is incredible. He's true and honest and genuine there in terms of right out the backside of his blade, and I think he maintains his levelness there. He's a notch taller right at the top of his shoulder than the sheep this second. Muscle-wise, you probably give a little bit advantage to the one in second in terms of shape, but it's real close, and I do love the look and the athleticism in that guy that wins the class. And I think he's got more than an ample amount of muscle. I think that one's an awfully nice sheep. The one that comes in second, man, I love his kind. I love his shortness of his just balance there. I like the fact that he is a real shorter. I like the fact that he handles so good. He's big in his upper hip. I think his chest read's right. When you analyze him versus the one that wins, he runs downhill just a little bit, and he's a little tighter right there in his hock as we watch him go relative to the one that we beat him with, and that's the difference for me today. As we keep watching that one go, he wants to turn his hock in, get just a little tight there. Propped up and at a 3/4, you could go either way, honestly, and I wouldn't argue with you a great deal. The sheep in 3 there is probably the roundest bodied, just boldest, biggest backed one. If you just want to tie into pure power, you can certainly do that, and I love those things about that sheep. Unfortunately, as we study him a little longer, he gets a little rounder off both ends of his skeleton. He's a little more open and pronounced in the base of his shoulder relative to that pair ahead of him, but I do think he props up nice. He runs uphill. Tremendous amount of width, a notch more mature as well in terms of his kind right now for me. The sheep in 4, if he's your flavor, you probably like that one quite a bit. A notch more extended and longer and taller. He's too common in terms of his body shape for me. He handles incredible up high. He's fresh and big and bold, big featured at the ground. We got to change that guy's body shape though so I can tie into him a little more, but I like the pieces in him. Sheep comes 5, dynamic from the side. Young lady gets him propped up. He's fresh, and his look and balance and soundness is what beats the one in 6. I just wish that guy had a shot more shape and dimension to go with it. I do think the one in 6 had that shape and extra expression. I told the young man, I just didn't think he balanced up quite as well as a couple of them ahead of him, and that was the difference today. Certainly the deepest class we've had. Incredible set of sheep there. Congrats to all of them.
Results of class number 5. In 10th place, Caden Livingston. 9th went to Augustus Vickers. 8th, Avian Anderson. 7th place, Alex Remington. 6th went to TJ Rumsey. 5th place was Haley Bird. 4th, Carson Noonan. 3rd went to Chloe Nelson. 2nd, Luke Thomas. And the winner of Class 5 was Hayden Bryant. In the ring is the champion drive of the Naturals.
Guys, what a set of sheep here in our first our division of naturals. We got a couple classes. First time we've had that anything today. And, man, I think the sheep are incredible. And they're different here. We'll take just 30 seconds and talk about them one last time. I want to make sure understand what I'm going to do here. The first class, I thought that was a tough class. And it's a pair of them at the top end. I thought were both very good, but very different. And the sheep that we landed on, I love that one as we said in class from his hook bones forward. That one's shape and body, probably my favorite out here in terms of when that one's body shape's made and back shape is very, very good. I like the fact he comes into motion well in terms of his hind leg set. I wish that guy's from his hooks to his pins was better, though. And honestly, when she put him there the last time, she kind of let him stand there for a second, and he kind of bubbled up in his loin just a little bit and dropped his pins even more. When she gets him propped up, that thing is lethal. But loose, I'm probably not quite as wild about that guy, as I want to be. The sheep that was second, we talked about propped up, standing still is a winner, is what he is. But that one is shapely and bow-backed and fresh handling. I love that one's kind. I'm just not crazy about the way he handles his hock for me today. When we ask him to go, he wants to tuck it up underneath of him, drop his pin a little. Doesn't go around quite as good. But, man, that thing looks like $1 million. Handles awesome. We got to class 2, and I thought it was a challenge for me again. And, again, I like both these sheep at the top end. They're slightly different. That one that wins the class, I do think he's a good combination of being a sheep that moves good, he's shapely, he's fresh, and big-backed and big and round up high, and still he balances well from the side. He's not as woofy in terms of his feature at the ground, and just power is the one that's second. If we change that class winner, I'm making personally a rib shorter and maybe pull his hock in just a little bit. But man, that's being real critical on one that's real good. The one that was second, I love his proportions quite well in terms of one that's short back. He's fresh, he's shapely, he's big hipped and ended. I'd like to make that one run uphill just a notch more comparatively. But I think a sound one that's really, really good in his body. I like that hip in there, and you study him propped up. I think that one's very, very good. So some real challenges out here. I keep studying them. I think everyone's got you a little different look, and you could justify some different things if you want to. But I'm going to give them one last look. We'll grab you a champion in reserve out of this division. But if you will, let's congratulate all of them on a nice job.
Champion Natural goes to Hayden Bryant. Your reserve champion is Luke Thomas. Next in the ring is Class 6, Division 1. Class 6 of Division 1 next in the ring. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Superior Farms American Lamb is delicious and easy to cook. Visit superiorfarms.com for great recipes and ask for American Lamb at your favorite restaurant.
Interesting class of lightweights here. Some give and take. I'm comfortable, though, with the one we land on. I think he's a kind of the combination sheep with some look and balance from the side, but yet tremendous amount of shape. I like that look right there he gives us. I think his freshness is good. I like the way his hind leg handles it. It was a real easy thing here in this particular class was the latch on to that guy. I like that one quite a bit. I think second and third are close, to be honest with you, and they're just different. The one in second, I like his balance. I like he's not shorter bodied. I like the way he reads from his chest back into his flank. Again, another one, his hind leg's not perfect. He's a little straight in his shoulder there as we read him at his knee for me as well, but I think that one's very good looking and balanced and proportionate for me. Certainly the power sheep of the group is in 3. If we just want to stand behind him and see which one's the widest, it's certainly him. Unfortunately, as we step to the side of that guy, he gets bolder and rounder in the base of his shoulder, a little tighter in the way we watch that one move. He wants to bubble up in his kind of his jump muscle there, if you will. Doesn't blend his top line like that pair of sheep ahead of him. I like to smooth him out, make him a notch more refined about his front end as well. That dude's got a big old thick base to his neck, and I'll probably make him a notch neater and longer there. Sheep comes forward, looks good propped up. Young man does a nice job. That's a shapely, backed, wide one underneath. Not crazy about that guy in motion. He wants to run downhill, get a little more open. The base of his shoulder doesn't come together. 1 in 5, the other end of the spectrum. That guy runs uphill. He's tall-shouldered. He's real shapely and hard-muscled. He's too skinny for me. He's a little hard-bodied, a little tricked out and shapely. We just need to fatten that one up, give him some more time at the feed bucket. Probably square his hock up just a little bit, too, as you watch him go away from you. Some more really nice sheep, just differences in terms of maturity and where they're at, but I thought an awfully good set. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of class number 6. Division 1. In 10th place, Blair Sanchez. 9th went to Silas Hartman. 8th, Ellie Carvis. 7th place, Reese Howell. 6th place, Tanner Dean. 5th place went to Tanner Dean. 4th, Nate Thomas. 3rd, Harper Miner. 2nd place went to Zachary Asmus. And the winner of Class 6, Division 1, was Hannah Seaver. Entering the ring is Class 7, Division 1. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the National Western Stock Show. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues. January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado. See the latest agricultural equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more info, go to coloradofarmshow.com. Common Spirit Health is the proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. Andis is a proud sponsor of the National Western Stock Show. From clippers to education, Andis is here to support top-notch grooming and fitting for every champion. Let's celebrate the best in livestock and clipping excellence.
Well, guys, I will tell you, this may be as good a set of them as I've seen in a while, and I like a bunch of them for different reasons. But I'm going to tell you, guys, that one that wins this class, I mean, he suits me awfully well. That one is big where he's supposed to be big. He's good looking from the side. He's round in terms of his body, and he still moves good enough. He's got, if you pick on him, he's just got some ugly ears that bounce and flop when he walks. But besides that, that's a high end one right there that looks the part, presented to a T, handles fresh. I love his angles, love his look. I like that one quite a bit. The sheep in second, man, he's so shapely up high. He's so bold and big everywhere. I guess the more I studied him in terms of his body shape, he's just not quite as round as our class winner there. Not quite as good in the way he hooks his loin up right now today into his hook bones, but I do like that sheep quite a bit in terms of his type and kind. Runs uphill, real high quality one there. The 1 in 3 propped up, I'm in on that guy. I love his chest, love the shape, his handle, his freshness. The more I study him, I don't know if he's injured or just a little bit, but he's too tight in his hock for me today. When we watch that thing go, wants to bubble up in his spine just ever so slightly. That's the difference. But I like the fact that he's so tricked out, shapely top, big hand. I like those things about him so much for me, and that's why he lands in 3. We get him up. And you see it right there when he hyperextends his hock when the young man's not getting enough out of him. He does that just a little bit. Sheep in 4, I just love the fundamentals of that one. He's wide and square. He's sound and true. Probably the most athletic sheep in the group. He's a notch extra full for me today. He's just when you off of him relative to those ones ahead of him, he doesn't give you quite that athletic look. He's not nearly as shapely in terms of his back as those ones on either side. But his skeleton, his quality makes him a nice place to go in and get in our top 5. I just like to trick him out just a notch more. The 1 in 5, I mean, that one propped up is lethal, and you could want to make an argument to get him up higher. Unfortunately for him, when he comes into motion, things don't quite come together, and some of it may be just the sheep bulked. He didn't like it in here when you started out, and he didn't look real good when he did that. Now, unfortunately, that kind of image stuck with me, and the more we walked him, he kind of does that and doesn't want to flex and go, but that's a high end one there, and probably one of the deepest classes we've seen in a while for sure. I'm not going to talk them all, but I will say, and I told the young lady in 6, man, that thing, from his knees and his hocks up, I like that sheep a bunch. He just looks a little bit like a sissy at the ground. We'd like to make him more manly. Some more big, powerful sheep there in 7. Love the touch. Thought he needed to be a notch better looking. And then we get some more. The handle, incredible, and look good propped up. Just don't move quite good enough today. A heck of a set of sheep there. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of Class 7 in Division 1. 10th place, Zane Downey. 9th place went to Jericho Pino. 8th place, Carson Noonan. 7th place went to Clayton McCurley. 6th place, Tristan Salopek. 5th went to Brock Bowman. 4th place, Brock Morvet. 3rd place went to Javen Sparks. 2nd went to Reagan Rogers. And the winner of Class 7 Division 1 was Reese Coleman. Next in the ring is 1st and 2nd out of Class 7 and Class 6 for the division winner. Division champion comes out of Class 6 and 7 for Division 1. They'll enter the ring at this time.
Well, I tell you what, guys, first division here is extremely, extremely good. These sheep are subtly different. Don't apologize for that, but I think they're the best ones out of their respective classes. I thought that first class, that one that wins that class, he kind of come out and stomped them for fun in that particular class. And I think out here, he's certainly not backing down at all. I think that one's balanced and proportions are right. His shape's good. Big back sheet there. At times we study him up high. We'd like to make his kind of blend just a notch better from his loin. He's a little high at his dock there, kind of throws his top line off ever so slightly. But, man, that one moves good. He looks the part. He balances good. Real high quality. One that was second to him, we talked about. I think that's a good sheep. I liked his balance and his look better than the one that was third in that class. As we think back, that one that was third was the big heavy muscle one the young lady had. This one was a better pattern one for me, but I think that one out here respectively probably doesn't hit me quite as hard as these other three do. We get to the second class, and as I mentioned earlier, I thought that class just was tough, guys. I thought there was a tremendous amount of good sheep, but at the same time, that guy surfaced in there for me, and, man, he suits me in a lot of ways. I'm not going to call him a perfect one. I don't know that there's a perfect one exists, but that one is very, very good in a lot of ways. The one that was second to him, as we talked about, shapely, good-looking, trim, very athletic still in terms of his build. A little shorter hip, not quite as good in terms of his body, but still looks really, really good from the side, balances and hard. So you pick your poison out here. I'm going to go ahead and lead to 2 out of Class 2 for your reserve.
Division I champion is Reese Coleman. Reese Coleman is your Division I champion. And your reserve champion goes to Reagan Rogers. Reagan Rogers is your reserve champion of Division I. Next in the ring is Class 8, which is the first class of Division II. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Ready to try a delicious change? Serve your family American lamb from Superior Farms. There are so many ways to enjoy lamb with easy recipes at superiorfarms.com.
Well, I tell you what, guys, a really good sheep here and a pair of them at the top end. I like both of them quite a bit, and I think as you study them, the difference is some extra shape and width, and still in terms of balance from the side, I think it's close. The one here we lead off with, I love him in motion. I like the way his neck comes out the top side of his shoulder. I like his extra width at his knee and his stoutness of feature. I think that one's really pliable in terms of his look. The biggest difference, though, is when you touch those two sheep in 1 and 2. The one that wins is just so much bolder and square everywhere, almost to a point of default out of his upper hip there. I'd probably like to tame that down if you could and blend it in there just a little nicer, but I think very, very, very good sheep. The 1 and 2, if you want to call him better looking, maybe just a little bit because he's flattered the top of his shoulder. For me today, he doesn't handle quite as nice when we get right over his back there. He's a little dried out in his loin for me today. That one, though, I think in terms of his proportions and build, I love that sheep's kind. I like the fact that he runs uphill and he balances. He's short-bladed and reads good underneath. I thought today the difference was just extra shape and width in our class winner. Still enough look to go with it. Nice pair. The 1 and 3, fundamentally, this is a good sheep. I think he just checks a lot of boxes and does things right. He's sound enough. He handles nice. He's got a right kind of body shape laid in him, really fresh. We'd like to trick that one out from a look standpoint ever so slightly from the side, but I still think very, very powerful and functional. The one comes out in 4. That's a bold, big one, square. Coming from a 3/4 angle, that thing is nice, but you can see his problem. That guy Ox not good enough, guys, and that's the problem with him. If we change that one and make him move better off either end of his skeleton, we like him better because I love the width, love the shape to his body and the freshness to his handle. Just doesn't move good enough. I thought it was real close between him and 5 because the sheep in 5, I'll be honest with you, when you had him propped over here the first time, I thought, man, I love that guy. And I do standing still. Unfortunately, and you know his problem because you try to get it out of him walking him. He just gets too tight. He doesn't handle his hind leg loose enough for me today. He gets too tight right in the middle of his back. If that guy's just a notch more flexible, man, I could tie into one like him real quick. Like he just needs to get around a notch better there. Good set of sheep here. Some challenges to sort through. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Results of Class 8, Division 2. In 10th place, Reese Howell. 9th place went to Brecken Nelson. 8th, Tanner Dean. 7th place, Logan Dunlap. 6th place went to Adam Anderson. Hayden Bryant was 5th. Wade Ritchie was 4th. In 3rd place was Maverick Barmettler. 2nd went to Javen Sparks, and the winner of Class 8 Division 2 was Colton Burns. Remember, 1st and 2nd will come back in for Champion Drive at Division 2. 1st and 2nd will come back in for Champion Drive at Division 2. Entering the ring is Class 9 of Division 2. Class 9 in Division 2 entering the ring. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado. See the latest agriculture equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more info, go to coloradofarmshow.com.
Another set of sheep here, and differences in them as you get towards the top end here. You could justify a couple different things as you go down 3, 4, 5 deep. I do think, though, the more I study the one that we win with, right there when she does get him collected, and that thing does give you a nice enough look from the side, but it's a 3/4 angle where he sets the bar in here. That one's body shape and width up high, freshness and squareness at the backside of his blade is bar none. Now, and I wish at times he would be just a notch taller shouldered. I think loose, when we put him into motion, I don't know that the sheep in second is a whole lot better. Now, when we get him propped up, I do think the young lady in second makes that sheep appear that way for sure. And that's probably my one grief here with the young lady. There's times we get that thing, we just got to work on getting that thing up and going there. But I think that one's shape and look, and then when you ask him to go into motion, I think he has some advantages in terms of the way he handles his hind leg today, just a notch better. The one in second, if we're taking pictures of him, that dude is deadly, and I think the young lady, honestly, is probably as good a stick as there is probably anywhere, and that doesn't hurt that guy, and that thing's looking and balance is next level good. We get up on top of him, though, you can fit him inside of the sheep we beat him with. He's just not as bold and round in terms of his forerib and his body. He doesn't handle nearly as shapely and square as that sheep does that we beat him with. That's the difference for me. If you want to tie into the one that's got a notch more look, I don't dispute that, because I do like his look. I just like the extra shape that comes along with that one that wins. The sheep in 3, we talk about back shape, touch, and handle and width. He closely resembles our class winner, and I love those attributes about him. Unfortunately, when we ask him to go into motion, of the top 5, he's probably the most restricted and tightest, right where he's trying to fix it there, right in the middle of his loin. I'd like to lay that down, make that guy more pliable, and I tie into him. I think his proportions are right. Chest is incredible. Handle is awesome, big in his upper hip. I just wish he was not looser in terms of his skeleton. Sheep in 4, I love that one in motion. I love his genuineness. I like the way he maintains his top line as good as any of the initial 5. As we step back off of him, that guy needs to be more tucked up in the base of his shoulder, probably just a notch more tricked out in his underline from his chest back to his flank as I read him. But I think that one's bold and square up high. I think he's fresh. And I think he moves so good and athletic. The sheep in 5, shapely, big backed one there, particularly right out of his shoulder. His loin edge for me today is just a notch dried out. He wants to get up there just ever so slightly. Then we watched him in motion that last time. I felt like he just wanted to run down ever so slightly relative to a few of those ahead of him. But, man, that's a good sheep. I think the young lady gets a lot out of him. That's certainly a very high-quality one. Some more real nice sheep here. In 6, that one just needs to maintain a top line a little better. Powered up sheep in 7. There ain't no stouter come through the ring. That one just needs a shot of good looks there up front for me to get him up any higher. But awesome set here. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of Class 9 in Division 2. 10th place went to Austin Satarana. 9th place, Sky Hartman. 8th place went to Levi Dunlap. 7th, Stella Amthauer. 6th, Caston Campbell. Morgan Van Schindel was 5th. 4th place was Brock Morbett. Cade Simpson was 3rd. 2nd was Kobe Scroggins. And 1st was Laney Allen. Next in the ring is Class 10. Again, a reminder, 1st and 2nd will come back in for champion of Division 2, which will be right after this class. Champion of Division 2 will be after Class 10. Take your clipping fitting skills to the next level with the Emerge and Pulse ZR2 clippers from Andis. Experience the perfect trifecta of control, power, and efficiency to reach flawless finishes. Find them at your Andis dealer today. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer.
Well, I apologize there, guys. We got sheep scattered all over the place here, and man, this class just gave me a little more struggle. I'm not going to lie to you, because I thought it was just a really good set of sheep, and I don't know. That when you walked out here, that one just jumped up and kicked you in the stomach and said, I'm the one that's got to win. So that makes it a little harder. And I don't know that there was any sheep that I just genuinely disliked out here. I think there's really good livestock out here right now. So when you start studying them and putting those pieces together, I really wish we could combine some things, particularly in this top pair of sheep. And I'd have one that I just love, because I do think the one that wins at a 3/4 angle, that one is. And that one is bold and square and big backed and shapely and fresh. Awesome in his line. I got to admit, I'm not crazy about that one's front third. The way his neck hooks up out the top of his shoulder, the way that one looks loose in motion, I'm just not get-to-giddies about him. And that's probably where it makes it tough, because from there back, I really, really like that sheep, but I'd like to change him right in the base of his shoulder and in his neck set ever so slightly there, make him taller looking. Now, if he had the silhouette of the one in second, man, I'd be all jazzed up right now, because the one in second propped up, he's $1 million. That thing looks good. He moves good. The more I kept handling, though, he doesn't have enough to beat that guy. He just doesn't have it. He's just a notch plain in terms of his loin edge today. He's a notch dry right there when you handle him versus the way he hooks into his hook bones there. But now up front and look and pattern and design, that's what I want, guys. I just want it with the shape, the one that got in front of him. But if we had a magic wand, we'd have a lot of different things. So unfortunately, he just doesn't have quite enough shape to go with it. That look. The one in three, I love the shape and I love the width that guy's got. I love the freshness to his handle. You can see it, though. We've left a lot of flank wool in that sheep, and when he comes into motion, it becomes more apparent. I think you do an incredible job showing him, but when he gets loose and in motion, his shoulder blade comes out of him. He gets deeper. He doesn't proportion quite right from the side when we ask him to go, and that's the difference. Up high, he handles good. He's bold and square, but you can see it when he starts going there, wants to drop out of his pen and get too deep in the base of his chest. The one in four handles fresh, looks good when you get him stopped. He runs downhill way too much in motion for me personally. That sheep, when we get him going, we just need to lift his front end up. I think he's sound enough off both ends. I just got to raise that front end, make him taller shouldered, a notch better looking. I could probably tie into him a little harder. Sheep comes 5 there. Another one, I do like that one's width up front from his loin forward. I think that one's very good. It's his pin shape that's not quite good enough for me. That's the difference. From there, we got some subtle differences. Really good looking one next. It didn't have quite enough shape. Some more that had some shape, not matching it at the ground, though. So, man, the tough class. I wouldn't argue with you on these if you like them quite a bit different than me, because this was a challenge. Congrats to all of them, though. Good job.
Results of class number 10, Division 2. 10th place, Harper Minor. 9th went to Luke Thomas. 8th place went to Ellie Carbis. 7th went to Chayton McCurley. 6th place, Brinley Hogg. 5th place went to Hayden Bryant. 4th place, Braden Bowers. Chloe Nelson was 3rd. Hayes Wilson was 2nd. And the winner of Class 10, Division 2, was Sadie Allen. First and seconds report back to the holding area in Division 2. That's Class 8, 9, and 10. You need to come back in for the champion drive. Champion drive of Division 2, next into the ring. Champion drive, Division 2, next in the ring.
Well, I tell you what, it's a goods division here. Lots of quality, some differences in these sheep, and I don't apologize for that. They're the ones that lead it up for me, and I think as you study them, you see quality in each one of them. We'll talk about them briefly here and get you a champion in reserve. I thought the first class was real good, and I thought that pair of sheep kind of ended up. At the end of the day, I like the extra shape and width and just dimension down low that the class winner has there. I like him from his hook bones forward quite well. Like the body shape that sheep's got. I'd like to drop his dock down about a half an inch there. It just kind of takes away from his look from the side. I'm not crazy about that, and that's probably the biggest pet peeve for me with him. Besides that, I like his soundness. I like his shape. The sheep that was second, man, he pulls on my heartstrings standing there like that because that one is good looking and balanced. We talked about him in class, his hock not being perfect, a little dried out in his loin today, relative. And it's not as opened up as that one we beat him with, but man, very good. Class 2. Very, very good sheep, man. That one that wins that class for me, he just does so many things right in terms of his proportions, his shape, his soundness, and his body is next level good. Now, I'm going to be honest, at times I'd like to see her just crank that thing and lift him up, and I'd like to make him a half an inch or an inch longer necked if you could, and just make him, I think that would make him a better looking, and it would certainly add to it. But from there back, that one is next level good. His body shape is unmatched out here, shape and freshness and wide at the ground. I just absolutely like that one a bunch. The sheep that was second in that class was the one for me, and I'd studied that pair a long time, and I don't think it was close. The one that was second, that thing is dynamic looking. He is absolutely wild from the side, but yet got a tremendous amount of shape. He's fresh, he's bold, he's square, he's good in his underline. I think that's an awfully high quality one in terms of his build and his kind there, and I think he's got enough muscle to go with it. He's a contender out here for sure. I like that one quite a bit. And then we got to class 3, and I took as long on that class as any as I've done in a while. And as I said, I thought there was sheep 6th, 7th in class that could have moved up. And while the class winner from his shoulder back, I like that guy a whole lot. I love the power. I like muscle in these sheep. I do. I don't deny that. But I do like for him to have some look to go with it. We criticize that guy in the base of his shoulder and his neck set there. And I honestly am not wild about it right now. I watch him in the point of his shoulder in there and down low. And that's where we critique that one quite a bit. But I think the young lady gets a lot out of him when he does come together like that. Not wild about him down low. The one that was second in that class, I thought maybe probably silhouette-wise is the best one out here. I just wish he had a notch more turn and shape up high. So it gets close. Unfortunately, I don't know that there's a straight-up match, a pair of them that I think look just alike. I think that the two I'm going to use are different for sure. But for me, they're the best two out of this division. The two out of the second class will be your champion in reserve. Congratulations to them.
Champion of Division 2 is Laney Allen. And your reserve champion is Colby Scroggins. Next in the ring will be class number 11, first class of Division 3. Class 11 is the first class of Division 3. That will be next in the ring. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck.
Good set of sheep. Some differences in them. We land on one for me, I think, in terms of look and balance and still real shape. And very, very good to the touch. I think that's an awfully nice. I'm not going to say he's the wild one because I do think that one's standing in second, but it's his added shape and boldness and squareness coming and going that's his advantage. In second is wild looking. That's a tall, good balance one there. Extremely good from just relative to our class winner. You get your hands on him, there's not nearly as much power and rib shape and dimension you see in your class winner there, but I love that one's build in kind quite well. The sheep comes out in 3 from his kind of loin forward. I don't mind that guy. I think he's bold and square and still balances good. Something about the way he's designed from his hooks to his pins and the way he ratchets out of his hock there, I'm just not wild about. It's just way weird in the way he handles his hind leg. I don't exactly know how to describe it, but you'll have to watch and make your own opinion. But that's the difference for me. I just don't like it in the way he hooks up and plants him from his hock down to the ground. But a nice sheep otherwise. 4, I thought fault-free, good livestock there. That goes wide, square, fresh. I don't think he's quite as tricked out maybe for the young lady in terms of his handle as some of those ahead of him. But I still think very good and sound, square coming at you and going away. I particularly like his balance in the base of his chest better than the sheep that's going to come in 5. The one in 5 is bold and square and big-legged, big-backed one there. I wish he matched it out of his pin set there. I'd sure like him just a little better then if he matched it from behind. Good set of sheep here, some challenges to sort through. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of Class 11. In 10th place, Gabe Linhart. 9th place went to Alex Remington. 8th to Jalen Miner. 7th, Drew Howell. 6th place went to Austin Satriana. 5th place, Jericho Pino. 4th place went to Anna Vetter. 3rd went to Cambry Moore. 2nd to Dayton Morvet. And the winner of Class 11 Division 3 was Colton Burns. Again, 1st and 2nd will come back in for the champion drive of the division. Next in the ring is Class 12. Class 12 of Division 3, next in the ring. Superior Farms is committed to the care of the flock. Our employee owners believe good things come from putting the flock first. Get the story at superiorfarms.com. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the National Western Stock Show.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I'll scratch my head and I'll think back to this class for years to come. And what's right and wrong, and I'm not going to tell you they're the best one we've seen, but I will say they're, again, just the quality streams just incredible from top to bottom. I'm out here. The more I study them, the more comfortable I am with the sheep that wins the class. And while he's probably not the biggest legged, the most tricked out one, that is incredible livestock right there. That thing is built good. He's square. He handles awesome. His body shape's right. His silhouette is incredible. I love that sheep go in motion. I like the way he comes out of his front. I think that thing handles good. His body shape's right. I'm way in on that sheep. Honestly, when he walks in, that was the one that hit me hard. He wins, and then we had to sort the rest. For 2 and 3, it gets closer for me. The sheep in second, it's his front end design is so much better. I like him up front. I like this tallness to his shoulder. I like his length and his extension there up through his front end. Awesome touching when they're round-bodied sheep. His hind legs kick back a little far for me personally. I'd like to collect that under him just a little bit. But man, that's being critical on one that's extremely, extremely high quality. I like that sheep quite a bit. The 1 and 3 stopped and propped. He is lethal. That thing is, he is my kind from his shoulder back when he is standing still. That's as round-bodied back, awesome handling one as we've seen. In motion, he's too bad for me up front to be lifted up an inch or two up through his shoulder. He's too plain in his breastplate. When the young lady gets him propped up, he's certainly acceptable there. But the more we walk that guy, I just couldn't get into bed with him. We need to lift that thing up there, make him neater there in the base of his shoulder, make him taller there, and I'd be way in on that sheep because from there back, he's certainly my flavor and does all those other things quite well. Sheep in 4, I guess for me, the more I studied him, he's probably a click past too much for me out of his upper hip and through his thigh and stifle there. I think balance is good and big featured there and got a cool look to him from the side. Just too much for me. And you hate to say that what's enough muscle and what's too much. He's probably got one click past too much for me. And because of that, he gets a little tighter and restricted out of his hip when we ask him to go. That's the difference from there forward. That's a really, really good sheep. When it comes 5, in a lot of ways, I could see some similarities to our class winner in the fact that he's sound and good looking and flexible. I didn't read that one quite have enough to him, though, compared to those ones ahead of him. Not quite as bold and as square in terms of his loin edge, not as fresh, but still wide. Study that guy at his knee and his rib cage. I thought he was good, just not quite as good handling as that 4 ahead of him. Some more incredible sheep here. This was a really deep, high-quality class. Lots of challenges to sort through. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Thanks, sir.
Result of class number 12. In 10th place, TJ Rumsey. 9th place went to Clay Randall. 8th to Tristan Salopek. 7th place, Graham Newsom. 6th place went to Adeline Bryant. 5th place, Tatum Minnie. Cade Simpson was 4th. Sadie Allen was 3rd. Chloe Nelson was 2nd. And the winner of Class 12, Division 3, was Hayes Wilson. Now entering the ring is Class 13 of Division 3. Upon completion of this class, we'll do the Champion Drive of Division 3. Champion Drive of Division 3 will come right after this class, first and second. First and second of class 11, 12, and 13. 11, 12, and 13 will come back in for champion division. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado. See the latest agricultural equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more info, go to coloradofarmshow.com.
real good set of sheep here, guys. And not going to lie to you, I like the one that wins this class quite a bit. This is, he's bad and he's true. He's good looking. I think still sound enough, and in that silhouette right there, I'm way in on that thing. He's not the whitest featured one out here, but he's certainly good enough there for me, and that thing handles incredible. Round body, chest is where it needs to be. Particularly like the angle to his shoulder and his knee better than the sheep that's in second. But man, I think that one does a lot of things right. The sheep in second, when she had him propped up the first time when I saw him over here standing still, I thought, man, that guy hits me. I mean, punches you right in the stomach, because I love that one's his progression of depth from front to back, his body shape, his width up high, his freshness. I love all those things about him. He's not cooperative in motion, and I don't think he's bad skeleton. I do think he's a little over in his knee. I'm not crazy about his knee. That's the place I'd change him. If that dude comes in here flexible in his knee and laid back in his shoulder angle just a little more, man, it's that one sure does a lot of things right. That's not an easy decision there. I like that pair quite a bit. Sheep in three, those of you that want him just a notch taller shouldered, probably drawn to him. That guy's wild looking. The more I study him, though, with the flank wool back there and his body shape, he's just a little more average in terms of his midrib and his section there. He is taller shouldered, probably better looking than the pair ahead of him if you want to up front. But for me, I'd like to open his body cage up just a little bit, give him a notch more there. The sheep in four, I think probably pliable skeleton as good as any. And I don't normally say this, but this one just needs to bulk up a little bit. He's absolutely incredible looking. He's really tall shouldered. I'd like to shorten him up just a notch in terms of his body. It ain't there. He's a little long bodied. And when you get right in on top of him, right behind his shoulder, he is the most concave and the flattest about his body shape of that initial four. But man, that's a deadly looking thing there. Tall shouldered, good looking one. Just like to bulk him up and open him up underneath. The sheep in five makes it close because he is wider there. Unfortunately for that old boy, though, he's a little plain in the base of his shoulder. He's a little plainer in terms of his look, and his kind there doesn't balance up quite like that four ahead of him. But man, good sheep going out here in five. Some more really high quality ones here. Some challenges to sort through. I congratulate all these young people. Nice job.
Results of Class 13. In 10th place, Jordan Meter. 9th place went to Reese Howell. 8th, Alex Eichler. 7th place, Brock Bowman. In 6th place, Jack Thomas. 5th went to Trent Mock. 4th, to Kobe Scroggins. 3rd, Reagan Rogers. 2nd, Brindley Hogg. And the winner of Class 13, Division 3, was Clay Randall. Entering the ring will be the champion drive of Division 3. First and second out of Class 11, 12, and 13 need to come back in the ring for the champion drive of Division 3. Thank you.
Well, I tell you what, guys, a good set of sheep here and some give and take. And we've seen that all day, and I've tried to describe to you what I saw. I don't know that they've all just been cookie cutters in terms of class winners and seconds because I tried to put some thoughts together and compile the positives and weigh them against the negatives. So we'll just talk about them here just briefly. I thought the first class we had to lay a line there and say what's the one that wins that class. Is he good looking and all enough? Because he is incredibly shapely. That one's bold and square everywhere. He handles incredible. We've had a few of them today that Doc's just high for me, throws his look off from the side, but man, shapely, fresh, good touching when there. I think very, very high quality. One that was second, I just love that kind of livestock that are sound and flexible, good built and good in his underline. I wish he had a notch more shape to him to go with it, but man, very high quality. There was one that was third in that class, a little girl had that was incredibly muscled. We talked about that one having the weird hind leg set, if you remember back to that, and that was the difference in that class, but a really good set of sheep out of that first class. Class 2 was deep, man, and we talked about that. And the young man kind of surfaced for me in terms of just, doing the things right. And we always want to have the intangibles of which one's the farthest out there in any one area. And I don't know that this sheep is, to be honest with you guys. He's not the widest one we've seen. He's not the stoutest one. He's not the prettiest one, but he's kind of a bunch of things very, very good. And I think he's sound enough. If we get picky on him, the base of his shoulder is just a little open. Man, we need to make sure we're getting after it and getting that thing pulled up there every time. But I think that one's very good. The one that was second in class to him, shoulder tricked out there, wild back shape, a little bubbled up in the middle of his loin, hot kicks back just a little far. But man, that thing is very good. The last class there, and I thought this sheep just kept drawing on me because he does so many things right. Like in terms of the way we read that one, in terms of soundness and skeleton, I still think good looking enough. I think he's a little more challenging to get that one shown perfect every time. But that one at a 3/4 angle, his rib and body and shape, and still I think in motion moves good. That's an awfully high quality one that suits me awfully well out here in particular against his contemporaries. Then that second place in that class, I still would tell anybody if we just take pictures of them and we never move them, that's my winner, guys, because that thing is absolutely wild handling, wild looking, but just and they're standing still. I just really like that sheep. I just swear I wish his shoulder was better because his knees are going too far out for me today, and that's the question mark I got. Unfortunately, if we can correct that, obviously we'd all like to wave a magic wand over what we breed and raise and say this is how we make them better. But that's his flaw, and it's unfortunate for him that it's kind of got in my crawl now, if you will, and it's going to aggravate me to watch him go. So, and that's going to be his downfall today. But awesome set of sheep out here. Congratulations to all of them. You pick your poison out here. One out of class 3 will be your champion. One out of class 2 will be your reserve. Congratulations to both.
Your champion for Division 3 goes to Clay Randall. And your reserve champion goes to Hayes Wilson. Next in the ring is class number 14, Division 4. First class of Division 4, next in the ring.
again, and I don't want to be repetitive, but I do think this is, as we continue to go through these classes, one of the deepest and just competitive sheep shows that I've had a chance to sort through. And there's so many different kinds, and you got to put together a multitude of things. But I do think the more I study the class winner, the more comfortable I am with him, because he's the sheep that moves good enough, but yet has a tremendous silhouette from the side. He's shapely, he's fresh up high, and he's got plenty of muscle to go with it. I don't think he is the stoutest one in here, but he does have enough. And in loose, when he comes in the ring, he has that extra presence about him. I think he has some extra look to go with it. I think that's an awfully nice sheep. I love the 1 and 2's handle, like his back shape, like the freshness that one's got in his rib cage. I think the more we study him, he comes just one of those that's a little high in his dock, a little open in the base of his shoulder, doesn't balance up quite as nice as that class winner when we do prop him up, but I still think extremely high quality, like that one's proportions. The sheep in 3, if we blindfold ourselves and just handle them, that may be the best handling sheep I've touched today. That thing is an absolute freak out of the backside of his shoulder in terms of hard muscle shape. I'm not exactly sure how we get all that done, but he does it to a high level. As we step back off of that guy, though, study him, his chest back to his flank. The deepest part of his body is right in his chest. Maturity's starting to catch him. I like that guy loose in terms of his top line being level and his hind leg set. I like to trick him out in the base of his chest a little bit. Young lady gets a lot out of him. Sheep looks good. Handles real good. 1 and 4. When we get him stopped and propped, this was the one that pulls on my heartstrings here, because I do like him wide and true and stout and square from behind. He does all those things so well, but when we get him going into motion, he kind of looks like an old man walking around. He's just kind of plain about his head and his neck, his old shoulders getting plain in him. I'm just not crazy about that look, honestly. Propped up, your lights out, young man. You get him shown. He handles awesome. I just got to change that front end on him a little bit. Right there, what he does, I'm not crazy about. Sheep comes 5. I think it's a lot of quality in this guy. I love the freshness, love the shape and the body. The more I studied him, I'd like to drop his flank in him. We got some extra wool there to help that look, but I'd like to offset that in relation to his chest there. Do like the boldness he has up high and the squareness. Think very, very well. Some more awfully good sheep in here. It just amazes me how many high-end, high-quality sheep have come through the ring today. Kudos to you guys. This is a nice set, nonetheless, to all of them. Congrats.
Results of Class 14. 10th place, Bentley Poe. 9th place, Trent Mock. 8th place, Landon Liebfried. 7th place went to Hannah Seaver. 6th, Drew Howell. Stella Amthauer was 5th. Jack Thomas was 4th. Adeline Bryant was 3rd. 2nd place went to Delaney Moore, and the winner of Class 14 was Reagan Rogers. In the ring is Class 15. Class 15 of Division 4 in the ring.
a challenging class and some give and take. Ultimately, we land on a pair of them at the top end here. I think the more we have analyzed them, the more comfortable I am. I think the look and balance and pattern of our class winner there is awfully good from the outside, and I think he's got a tremendous amount of shape. To maybe a point of detriment there. He's got just so much shape up high. I'd like to probably tone that down just a nickel out of his upper hip, but I still think that one, balance and look and his body shape is so good. I think that's a really nice sheep. I like the one in second. I like his freshness. I like the way he handles his hind leg. I like to ratchet down his dock there just a little bit and tie his hook bones in there just a little smoother. But I think in motion and his proportions are good. I think that's a real nice sheep. The one in three, I think when he gets him propped up, he looks really, really nice. And that thing handles good, 3/4 angle. I guess as we step in and analyze him, in relation to that pair ahead of him, I don't read him quite as true and round and open up underneath. Not as burly at the ground to go with it, but I think a really nice sheep coming out of here in three. In four, I love the handle. Like the width, the chest, the width and shape that one's got up high is very good. He's a little weird in terms of his feet. He's got a little extra set down at the ground on his pastern, got a little extra set to his hock, and it makes him get rounder off both ends of his skeleton. But I love the power, like the width, the chest, and watch that guy go away from you really square and true. Sheep comes five, and it's hard to believe I'm going to say this. I think that one just needs more fat on him, honestly. At this weight, he's still really skinny and dried out in his loin right now, and it just makes his top line rough. I would have probably accepted that at a little lower weight, but now where we're at, I'd just like to put more on him and make him smoother and blend just a notch better up high. But I think some quality for sure there. Some more challenges to sort through here, but an awfully good set of sheep. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Results of class number 15. In 10th place, Jalen Miner. 9th place went to Riley Hall. 8th to Kobe Scroggins. 7th place went to TJ Rumsey. 6th place, Adeline Bryant. 5th went to Kobe Scroggins. 4th to Graham Newsom. 3rd to Clay Randall. 2nd was Delaney Moore, and the winner of class 15 was Braden Bowers. Entering the ring is class number 16 of Division 4. Upon completion of this class, we will have the champion drive of Division 4. Upon completion of that, we will need all the third place exhibitors report back to the show ring. There's some openings in the sale, and you will need to come into the ring so the judge can select who will be in the sale. Also, all those that make the sale, first, second, and the thirds that are taken in that class, need to come to a meeting 15 minutes after that class, right over here in the stands next to the show ring. Thank you.
We get into some big sheep here. And again, kudos to you guys on a nice set here. Differences in them, but a real high quality set of sheep. I think it's close and different. The one I stand on, he's my kind in terms of being shapely and bold and big up high. It still balances well right there. I think gives you a nice look from the side. I think he moves good. I particularly like him out of his hip and the shape to his thigh and stifle there over the sheep that comes second. I think he balances good. The one that's second is so athletic. Big featured, tall shouldered one here. He's wide and square everywhere. I don't read him quite as opened up out of his hip and down through his thigh as that one we beat him with. But I do like that one's presence right there and look awfully well at this weight. I think that's a real nice sheep. The one in three, I like him in terms of his rack shape and his freshness and the way his front end comes out. I'm not wild about the way his top line maintains itself, particularly in motion. Just a bubble up in the middle of his back there just a little bit, like to flex him down there and make him a little neater. I thought it was his athleticism up front. Beats the sheep in four. I love the power that one's got. He just starts to get a little high in his back there, a little plain in the base of his chest. One that comes five is probably his stoutest one in the whole class, but he's starting to get too open up for me down low. Some more real good sheep in here, just some differences, subtle differences in terms of motion and kind and look, but man, I commend you guys on a really deep set of sheep here. Nice set.
Results. Results of Class 16. In 10th place, Anna Vetter. 9th place went to Jericho Pino. 8th place was Alex Remington. 7th, Adam Anderson. 6th place went to Trent Mock. 5th to Tristan Neal. 4th place, TJ Rumsey. 3rd went to Braden Bowers. 2nd to Cal Sidwell. And the winner of Class 16 was Zane Downey. Next in is the Champion Drive of Division 4. Champion Drive of Division 4. First and second out of 14, 15, and 16. 14, 15, and 16, first and second places come back in for Champion Drive of Division 4.
Really good set of sheep out here in our last division. Some differences in them. We'll talk about them briefly. I thought the first class was real good in this division. I thought the difference was we just used the athletic one there. Maybe just a little more look up front versus the one that was second. We talked about him in class. He's not the wildest one in any one area, but I think that one does a lot of things right in terms of his kind and his look and his balance. I like that sheep quite a bit. The sheep that was second to him, probably a notch more open up and bolder everywhere, if you will. Comes with that extra width. He's a little plainer in the base of his shoulder as well, but very, very good. The Class 2, kind of a unique one here in terms of his extra shape and muscularity, but still good looking from the side. I think that balance is very, very there's times we study him, I'd probably tone his muscle down just a tick there, but I think in terms of shape and kind and balance, that one's real, real good. One that was second to him, we talked about another shapely, good moving one there. Doc's a little high for me. Doesn't balance up quite as good. And in the last class we just talked about, I think even at the heaviest weight there, that guy's good in his underline. He's tricked out in his chest. He's shapely, probably not as wow in terms of his touch up high as the two ahead of him, but still extremely, extremely good. And the one that was second, I like that sheep. That's good livestock right there at this weight. Still handle like that and be that fresh and genuine and true. I like that sheep quite a bit. So you pick your poison out here. I will say it's close for me between a couple of them. I'm going to go ahead and stick to my gut reaction. Use the one out of Class 2 for your champion, one out of Class 1 for your reserve. Congratulations.
Champion for Division 4 goes to Braden Bowers. Your reserve champion goes to Reagan Rogers. Again, all third placers. If you place third in a class, you need to come back in at this time. The judge will select for the open sale positions. Third place in your class, the judge will select for open sale positions.
Can you say that one more time so I can try to think about how I want to type that?
Grand Drive is in the Stadium Arena at 6 o'clock this evening. Grand Drive, 6 o'clock in the Stadium Arena. If you qualify for the Grand Drive, you need to be in this arena at 5:30.